We have other disciplines that must, because these are children, it's child-related, other disciplines must be involved. We have it relates to the medical, the social, and psychological health and well-being of the child. Also, for the first time, mandatory psychological assessment has been introduced into the Child's Rights Law. This is introduced early. Is to facilitate early diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation as statutory child protection responses instead of waiting until something has happened before we now run after the child to look for correction. Also, issues relating to digital harm, child online protection measures that were absent in the 2015 law has also been incorporated into the draft that we are here to present and request further input and comment on. Child marriage, although was in the former 2015, the extant 2015 law, but it merely renders it void. It didn't provide for a penalty. So rendering it void without providing for a penalty does not serve as deterrence for people that still go into it. So also is betrothal, because people betroth children under 18, and the 2015 law didn't provide for any penalty as well. We have several sections. Like I said, the penalties in the 2015 law were scattered, and it was even difficult for some of us that deal with the laws to identify where the penalty for offenses are situated. But right now, penalties, offenses have been put under appropriate sections and subjects that relate to them. Sexual offenses, in the former law, section 27 to 29 prohibit sexual intercourse, abuse, exploitation, but several provisions, like I said, lack specific sanctions. This draft has amended and such acts. Another major innovation is mandatory reporting. I know this has been on in Lagos State through policies and direction, but for the first time also, we've included it in the proposed legal framework that will be considered for enactment by the House of Assembly. There's also a new section that bars children from going into nightclubs and inappropriate places where adults go into, even when they have adult supervision. The family court has been also reorganized and properly positioned in the law. The bill also dealt with assessors. In the 2015 laws, assessors were just merely mentioned in passing. But this draft proposes about 2 or 3 sections for assessors, because they represent a very important part of the court system. And the law also, apart from granting them a proper positioning in the framework, also lists who to appoint and the qualifications of assessors. That also is new majorly, although it was there, but this seeks to professionalize and provide multidisciplinary support to family courts. A major innovation also in the framework is the introduction of customary court jurisdiction over children who are products of customary marriages, because hitherto that was not actually documented or provided for. So that done, then prevention, this section that it's also new, but talks directly to the LBCI initiative. We have a section on prevention and early intervention program, which is in clause 68 of the draft. This clause requires the Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, after consultation, to develop a comprehensive prevention and early intervention strategy for families, parents, caregivers, and children. This seeks to shift child protection towards prevention and family support. And this is where the LBCI comes in, because that also is a main objective of the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, which under the law we have called the Gender Responsive Framework, because we are aware that we shouldn't bring up a legal framework that would be subject to discrimination. No child should be discriminated against by reason of birth, by reason of gender. So we would rather, under the law, refer to this initiative as the Gender Responsive Framework, more so because even before now, the Girl Child Initiative and programs have not really been given any legal backing. Most of the time they appear in, they are executed as programs and initiatives and policies. So this is an opportunity to also legally provide for the girl child and the boy child. Then the Child Development and Gender Responsive Empowerment Framework comes after the power of the Commissioner for Youth and Social Development to develop programs, early intervention programs that would assist and facilitate prevention rather than cure for any child-related issues. Child beyond parental control, social investigation, most of these exist, particularly social investigation, because this relates to the court system aspect of child's right, the implementation of the child's right law. In the 2015, social investigation was contained, but not as a standalone provision. So under this new bill, it has been strengthened. It has also been expanded so that it will strengthen evidence-based placement and case planning for children. Another major innovation is the provision of a section for electronic tracking of missing children. We, during the review, discovered that most children who have been termed as missing, some of them lose the opportunity of being reunified with their parents because there's no structure in place to maybe for the parents to be able to access them when such things happen, or for the children to be traced. So we have provided this section that an electronic system or platform will be set up in the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, where children or parents whose children are missing can actually go online and trace whether before these children are placed in institutions. Then the confidentiality aspect of the child tracking information, because it relates to children, so that this another section restricts disclosure to child protection purposes and creates a penalty for unlawful disclosure just to protect the children. Then other options of alternative care have also been provided under the law, because before now, alternative care is either guardianship or adoption. Although there is fostering in the 2015 laws, but it wasn't implemented, probably for societal reasons. Because fostering, expects that you take up a child and you nurture that child, but the child does not bear your name. Meanwhile, adoption makes it permanent. So most people that want to come for a child will rather want the child to be theirs, and the child doesn't have an opportunity of going back either to the parents or seeing the parents. So we tried to, because for children, the best way to thrive or the best way for them to develop is in a family-based environment, not in institutions. So we try to explore other care options that might be available apart from children being kept the last resort in the care environment. So this we looked at, and why might also be facing financial incapacity. So there has been proposed that a fostering fund will be created under this bill, if accepted, so that this fund would also be deployed to assist fostering parents who might want to engage with children under this option. A lot of provisions we have under fostering, the qualification, and also that agencies might be actually licensed to as fostering care agencies, so that it doesn't have to be individuals. And where we have agencies that are licensed, so these agencies, probably the government, through this fund, may support them in order to care for the children. So there's a clause there that provides for a foster care fund, and it aims to create a financing mechanism subject to appropriation, governance audits, and public finance safeguards. Also, an alternative care committee is proposed so that, like I said earlier, this creates a situation where we have people from varied disciplines and sectors to be on a panel in considering what option of care should actually be appropriate for a particular child. I'm aware that right now, the Ministry of Youth has a panel that sits and look into these issues, the appropriateness and eligibility of parents or whoever wants to take on the care of a child, but it wasn't provided for in a legal framework, and this has been taken care of under the new framework. The bill also realizes the evolving nature of society and the law, and therefore a clause provides for other alternative care options that we might not be able to envisage now that may become appropriate in the near future, so that the Ministry of Youth and Social Development can, under this clause, if it becomes a law, be able to incorporate those other alternative care, probably through regulations. A major innovation also is the recognition of children born through alternative reproductive methods. Because these children are not properly considered under the 2015, it's like it will look as if they are discriminated against. Most times, they are either taken into institutions, more so because there's currently no framework that guides alternative reproductive methods. But for children, we think they should not be excluded for this reason. So we made provisions for how they will be treated, how they will be given parental care order, and all that in the bill, in the proposed bill. The adoption, there's already an adoption unit, but provisions are made to professionalize the unit and also encourage post-placement support. Well, another, like I said, I'll be going through only the new innovations. Also, like the fostering provision, there's a clause that provides for adoption agencies. So the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, in order to actually regulate the adoption process, is empowered under this bill to register adoption agencies and provide for criteria to be an agency, an adoption agency in Lagos State. This will probably, take care of illegal handlings in adoption, which is very rare in Lagos. So, step-parents adopting, relative adoption, all these have been also expanded under the bill. Bonding, which is like, a provision of a living period before adoption, especially, has been in implementation because courts approved that period, but it was not provided for in the legal framework, but now it has been incorporated so that there will be a framework and criteria before the order of court for bonding is granted. Another major issue is the revocation of adoption. It was mentioned in the 2015, but without any comprehensive provision on the conditions under which adoption can be revoked. This has been provided. under clause 167. Inter-country adoption also has been provided under section 133, and this is in line with the African Charter on child rights, Article 24, which, and I believe Nigeria is a signatory to the African Charter, and this allows for inter-country adoption as the last option, because the Charter believes that the best way for a child to grow is within an environment where the child is more comfortable and used to. Surrogacy and parental orders, I mentioned that earlier, is provided for under clause 172. Illegal adoption is criminalized instead of just making it illegal, and this is in clause 173. Also, recovery of interstate care costs, where children, Lagos State takes care of children who are from another state and all that, and there is need to provide physical responsibility for those states and interstate accountability. There's also the provision for community homes, which is an alternative care option. Also, kinsmen. The kinsmen has been, kins care has been included as a care option. All these kinship care, all this is to limit the number of children that are kept in institutions, where we can have families or friends who may want to take care of children who lack parental care or whose parents are no more. The earlier speaker, Ms. Zoyini Abbas, talked about that the LBCI looks at a situation where we will have community care, because in those days, it's every parent acts as a parent to the child in the community. So if we are looking to having that kind of situation back in Lagos State, it must be regulated under the law, and this is what the kinship care talks to. So that's basically what the new innovational provisions that we have in the new law. Like I said, in the new bill, like I said, this is a draft, and the essence of bringing it up here, apart from to expose it as the legal framework that will be housing the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, is also to get feedback from stakeholders on those areas that still needs to be looked into or improved before the new child's rights law would be enacted by Lagos State after almost about 18 to 19 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. She told us clearly that the existing law is very, very voluminous, and she has, within a period of 10, 15 minutes, told us about the law and the areas we need to look at. Well, since this is a foundation, the Bible says if the foundation is destroyed, what can we do? We can do a lot. We can pray, not just pray, we can also work. And that's the work we are doing here today. We will call on the representative of the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Honorable Justice Kazeem Aluba, who is ably represented here by Honorable Justice Yinka Adeyemi of the High Court of Lagos, to give us the remarks of the Chief Judge of Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for him. Please clap. We are not in court. Thank you.
Your Excellency, First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Rodena Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, my lords here present, the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Lawal Pedro, SCA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to adopt the already existing protocol. My Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Lagos State, Mr. Justice Kazeem Aloba, would have loved to be here, but for other very unavoidable official engagements. So, my Lord has asked me to relay his apologies and also deliver this special remarks on his behalf. It gives me a great pleasure to read the remarks of my Lord. It is a great honor delivering these special remarks at this timely and critical stakeholders' engagement focused on the review of the Child Rights Law and the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, which aim to safeguard the future of our children. The judiciary is said to be the last hope of common man, and therefore, as a custodian of the law, I consider it a sacred duty to be part of conversations that shape the lives, safety, and future of our children in Lagos State. We cannot speak about justice without speaking about children. The true justice does not begin and end in the courtroom, because every judgment we deliver today will shape the Lagos of tomorrow. We must also take deliberate steps to protect, guide, and nurture our children within the community. The Child Rights Law was domesticated by Lagos State in 2007. However, 19 years later, the society, technology, and the threats facing our children have changed dramatically. We now deal with cyberbullying, online exploitation, drug abuse, gender-based violence. Our society is evolving, and so must our laws. Our justice system must respond faster and with more empathy. Between September 2024 and August 2025, the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency recorded 3,629 cases of violence against children in Lagos State. Of this, 2,214 were girls. Nationally, experts estimate that 38% of children have experienced sexual violence in Lagos. In Lagos, 1 in 10 boys and 1 in 4 girls experience sexual violence before age 18. We are not contending only with sexual abuse. National Human Rights Commission, in the first quarter of 2026, data shows child abandonment at 1,647 cases nationally, child labor at 1,101, and 843 incidents of sexual abuse. It may interest you to know that perpetrators are not strangers, but most often family members, religious leaders, and neighbors. Beyond violence, UNICEF has warned that more than 4.5 million children could die by 2030, and 6 million more children could be out of school by 2026 due to front cuts. In the report of UNICEF, over 200 million children desperately need help, and the money to reach them is disappearing. The law confers rights on every child: the rights to education, health, protection, clean water, and to be heard. These are not favors, but rights, and the law must answer these realities. The Lagos State Child Rights Law serves as a beacon of safeguarding children against abuse, neglect, and exploitation, ensuring that every child, irrespective of their background, is afforded the right to safety, education, dignity, and protection. However, the true measure of our commitment lies not merely in the existence of the law, but in its effective implementation through coordinated action by all stakeholders. A law is only strong as it implements. In my role as the Chief Judge of Lagos State, I have seen through our family courts and sexual offences courts how gaps in the law and public awareness affect outcomes of cases for the children. This review of the law, therefore, presents us with three critical opportunities. One, to align the Lagos Child Right Law with the Constitution, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law, VAP, and other international conventions which we have ratified with a view to ensuring that best interest of the child is not just a principle, but a practice in every courtroom. Two, to strengthen provisions of reporting, investigation, prosecution, and victim support so that cases do not die in the gap between agencies. And three, to ensure that our courts, police, and social welfare system speak the language of the child. Justice for a child must be speedy and confidential and restorative where possible. For our part, the Lagos State Judiciary remains committed in its constitutional responsibility to uphold the rule of law and ensure that the rights of the children are protected through the fair, impartial, and timely administration of justice. We are also dedicating specialized courts through our family courts to promote procedures that recognize the vulnerability of children while preserving their dignity and ensure that best interests remain paramount in all judicial proceedings. We are also guaranteeing trained judges, magistrates, and child-friendly courtrooms to give life to the amendments we agree on today. For years, discussion around child protection have been centered on the girl child. While significant policy that protects only crisis of identity, mentorship, and opportunity. We are seeing increasing numbers of boys dropping out of school, getting involved in courtesan, substance abuse, and violent crimes. A neglected boy today becomes a vulnerable man tomorrow. Today, we are intentional about balance. I must especially commend Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the First Lady of Lagos State, in championing the cause of the boy child through the Lagos Boy Child Initiative. I also commend the success of the initiative, which has now recorded 4 editions. The Lagos Boy Child Initiative reminds us that boys also face unique vulnerabilities: peer pressure, gang recruitment, lack of mentorship, educational dropouts, the get-rich-quick syndrome, the Yahoo, and limited access to psychosocial support. If we would neglect the boy, we jeopardize the man, the father, and the community leader he will become. The initiative recognizes that boy also requires guidance, positive mentorship, emotional support, protection from abuse and exploitation. The Lagos Boy Child Initiative is therefore not a competition with the girl child agenda. It is a complement. It is an acknowledgement that responsible fatherhood, positive masculinity, education, and emotional support are also child rights issues. As a judiciary, we see boys both as victims, as children, and as children in conflict with the law. Our interest is not to punish, but to rehabilitate and reintegrate. I charge us today to ensure that the reviewed law and policy coming out of this initiative include specific provisions for boy-child mentoring education, ensure boys in conflict with the law are diverted to rehabilitation, not just detention and psychosocial support, with a view to teaching boys to express, not suppress, to lead and not to dominate. There is a need to emphasize that effective protection cannot rest on the judiciary alone. It is a shared responsibility requiring the active participation of government institutions, parents, educators, community leaders, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and every well-meaning members of the society. It is only through such collective efforts that we can build a society where every child is protected and empowered to thrive. To our stakeholders here today, your voice matters as you are our eyes in the communities. This law will only work if it reflects the realities on the ground in our schools, homes, streets, and communities. I urge us to engage openly, challenge assumptions, and propose practical solutions that can be implemented and monitored. To the Lagos State government, I thank you for the political will to lead this discourse. To our partners in civil society, NGOs, and development agencies, thank you for your data, advocacy, and front work. And to parents, teachers, and community leaders, you are the first line in protection. The home is the first court, and no law can replace them. Distinguished stakeholders, it has been consistently shown that when we prioritize children, we deliver. As we deliberate, let us be guided by what is in the best interest of the child. And let our deliberation produce law, policies, and actions which our children can feel. I am confident that with the collaborations among the stakeholders, we will live here with clearer policies, stronger commitments, and renewed energy to safeguard every child in Lagos State. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The oracle has spoken. That is the law. What is in the best interest of the child? Ladies and gentlemen, I think the Chief Judge of Lagos deserves a bigger round of applause. My grandmother told me something. She said, a good food must be well prepared. Not just well prepared, it must be well presented. From the preparation to the presentation, I think the judiciary deserves a bigger round of applause. Because at the end of the day, they will be the one that will be interpreting whatever we do here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not moving out of the judiciary. This time around, we are coming to justice. And you permit me to invite to give us his own remark, the Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate, Nigeria.
Excellency, the First Lady, Dr. Ibijoke Claudiana Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Chief Judge of Lagos State, Lordship Justice Alugba, ably represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice Adeyemi, and by extension to all judges there present, to all your honors that have joined us, and in particular, the Chief Registrar of the High Court of Lagos State. the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, the Honorable Commissioner for Basic Education that's here, and by extension to all other Executive Council members that are here. The body of Permanent Secretary, led by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, our royal fathers, I greet you, and I could see as well be there members of council, I recognize you. Our local and international partners, and stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. I'm delighted to join these distinguished stakeholders at this more important engagement convened by the Office of the First Lady of Lagos State on the review of the Child Rights Law 2007, compiled in 2015. And of course, the Lagos Boy Child Initiative. I commend Her Excellency, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, for her commitment to the protection, development, and welfare of every child in Lagos State. The measure of the society, in fact, the true measure of any society is not found solely on the strength of its economy or the scale of physical development. Rather, it is reflected in the degree to which it protects its most vulnerable members. Among those who deserve the highest level of protection are children, whose welfare, dignity, and future must remain a foremost priority of every responsible government, department, or officer. The Child Rights Law of Lagos State has over the years provided a legal framework for protecting children against abuse, neglect, exploitation, and all forms of violence. It has strengthened our institutions, guided interventions, and strengthened the fundamental principle that the best interest of a child shall be the paramount consideration of every decision affecting the child. However, the law must remain responsive to the changing realities of society. Legislation cannot afford to remain static while the world about it continues to evolve. The challenges confronting children today are markedly different from those that existed when the law was first enacted in 2007. Rapid advances in digital technology have opened new opportunities for education, innovation, and personal development. At the same time, they have exposed children to emerging threats, including cyber exploitation, online abuse, cyberbullying, and other forms of digital harm. Beyond the digital space, changing social dynamics, evolving family structures, and contemporary realities require a legal framework that is sufficiently responsive and forward-looking. Equally, our justice system has continued to embrace more child-centered and restorative approaches, particularly in addressing the needs of children who come into conflict with the law. The protection and promotion of children's rights is a shared responsibility that demands the collective commitment of government, the judiciary, the law enforcement agencies, civil societies organizations, development partners, parents, educators, and the wider community. It is therefore gratifying that this stakeholders' engagement has brought together such distinguished and diverse assembly of experts and practitioners. I am confident that the recommendations emerging from today's deliberation will make a significant contribution to the ongoing review of the Child's Rights Law and further strengthen the legal and institutional framework for safeguarding the rights, welfare, and the holistic development of every child in Lagos State. One aspect of today's engagement deserves particular commendation: the inclusion of the Lagos Boy Child Initiative. For many years, considerable attention has rightly been devoted to advancing the welfare and protection of the girl child. That commitment must continue. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the development of society equally depends on raising boys who are responsible, disciplined, emotionally resilient, and respectful of the rights and dignity of others. The protection of the girl child and the development of the boy child are not competing priorities. And I repeat, the protection of the girl child and the development of the boy child are not competing priorities. They are complementary objectives. A society that nurtures both will invariably become safer, stronger, and more prosperous. As the Chief Law Officer of Lagos State, I wish to assure all stakeholders that the Ministry of Justice remains fully committed to supporting legislative reform that strengthens child protection, improves access to justice, enhances interagency collaboration, and reinforces the institution responsible for safeguarding rights of every child. And therefore, urge all participants to approach our deliberation with openness, candor, and shared sense of purpose. Let us draw upon our collective experience, professional expertise, and diverse perspectives to develop recommendations that are practicable, evidence-based, and capable of effective implementation in the review process we have endeavored to do. The true value of this engagement will ultimately be measured not merely by the richness of our discussion, but by the tangible reform, stronger institutions, and improved outcomes that our collective effort will deliver for the children of Lagos State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me once again to express profound appreciation to Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Gloriana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, for her exemplary leadership, commitment, and passionate advocacy for the protection, development, and welfare of every child in our state. Her vision continues to inspire meaningful action and collaboration across government and society. I think you deserve it. Judiciary, the law enforcement agencies, the child protection professionals, civil society organizations, our traditional rulers, our religious leaders, and every stakeholder, many of whom are present today, for your invaluable contribution and steadfast commitment to this vital state-building endeavor. As we move forward, let us remain united in our resolve to build a Lagos where every child is safe from abuse, neglect, violence, and exploitation. where every child's rights are protected and upheld, and where every child is given the opportunity to grow, learn, thrive, and realize his or her full potential. Together, through sustained collaboration, sound policies, and an unwavering commitment to justice and the rule of law, we can create a future in which every child in Lagos State is empowered to flourish and continue and contribute meaningfully to the continuing progress and prosperity of Lagos State. I thank you all for your kind attention, and I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation and highly successful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Lawal Pedro, SAN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take this remark before we move on to the next item on our agenda. Please permit me to invite the honorable member representing my constituency in Ikorodu 2. Is my neighbor, but I got here before him because I'm still a boy. Please welcome with me Honorable Aro Moshood Abiodun, the member House of Assembly representing Ikorodu constituency C. We popularly call him Ama.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, is it because you said he got here before me? Excellency, our mother, Dr. Mrs. Kwadiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, Honorable Commissioner for Justice, my own brother, Pedro Lawal, Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports. Please, let me rest on well-established protocol before now. But I'm here to represent the Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, also the House Committee Chairman on Youth and Sport, Honorable Rekoya Abiodun. So you also allow me to speak for both. So let me first establish this, because I'm very confident that if Mr. Speaker is here, he will also want these August visitors to also note that when this is finally sent to the House, that we will be committed to both House Committee on Youth and Education. Because we are not just particular about making bill, we are also particular about the implementation. And the implementation aspect is also going to be more on education, because both tertiary and we are talking about the review of the child's rights law, and where our child is, they're in our primary schools and our secondary school. So allowing the Ministry of Youth to actually be the one driving this, we not really get to the grassroots. So for us to be able to implement this in a proper perspective, me, I'm confident, and I know my speaker, that is also going to commit it to both House Committee on Youth and Education. Let me just brief goodwill that I'll be able to put together immediately. I came into the hall and I also sit listening to the review. It is with great pleasure that I extend my warm goodwill to the Lagos State government under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Cordiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. On this important stakeholders engagement, on this review of the Child's Rights Law and the Lagos Boys Child Initiative. This initiative is both timely and commendable, as it provides a strategic platform for governments, development partners, community leaders, parents, and other critical stakeholders to collectively strengthen the legal and institutional framework for the protection, welfare, and holistic development of child's rights law. Alongside the Lagos Boys Child Initiative, demonstrates the state government's commitment to promoting equity, safeguarding child's rights, and addressing the unique social and educational, emotional, and developmental needs of the boy's child without diminishing the gains already recorded in advancing the rights of a girl child. I am confident that the outcome of this engagement will further reinforce Lagos State's position as a leader in child protection and inclusive social development, ensuring that every child is empowered to become a responsible, productive, and successful citizen. I am very confident, and I want to assure this all that once finally is being sent to the House, that we are going to make sure that we give it the express approval needed. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Well, if you notice very well, we have done this thing chronologically. We have asked our mommy to speak. The lawyers have spoken. The Chief Judge has also spoken. The members of the House of Assembly has also assured us that whatever we come up with here today will become a law. I think for the initiator of this initiative, I think she deserves a very big round of applause. And if you notice, while I was seated there watching the documentary, you saw all the people that advocacy program was, conducted with, from Mr. Governor to the Deputy Governor to the Speaker, to everybody that can say, the eyes have it. So what we are doing here today, we are very, very privileged and honored to be part of those that will bring this law to pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor says that it's not good for us to sit for too long a time. But for we young boys, we still have the ability to run around. We can't sit for too long. That's why I've been going up and down. We allow the top table to take a group photograph, while for those of us that have not been called to visit the stand out there, we'll just do that for a few minutes so that we can stretch our hands, we'll stretch our legs. Then we'll come back 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Then we'll continue with the panel session. So I'd like to invite the First Lady and members on the top table. I'd also like to invite the representative of the Chief Judge, to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, then our representative from the Lagos State House of Assembly, who is also representing the speaker of Lagos State. So we also invite members of the esteemed body, permanent secretaries, to please join them in this photograph. Kabiesi, you two will join us. Then we'll move on from there. So for those that have not been called, we will be called now to visit the stand outside, out there. So it's time for us to have a photo session. Your Excellency, ma'am. Thank you. We'll take the body of permanent secretaries now. And let me invite the judges, the registrar, and other judges that are All right, we'll take after the Boy Scouts. We'll take the chairman and the board members of students. All right, let's have the representatives of the following agencies: SOS Children's Village, St. Augustine University, Caleb University, Pan African University, Bosco, Hola, Sisera, Warif, Sweepy. Arushi, Ejila, Boy NGO, Deborah's Place, representative of Boys Quarter, Africa. So we have the members of the CDA, CDC. We have the social workers and let's have the uniformed officers, the Nigerian police. Right, thank you. We'll have the Nigerian police uniforms and the officers are not in uniform. Let's have everyone that represents the Nigerian police. Child Protection and Behavioral Center. Let's have members from that agency. Members of AFED, members of Association of Orphanage Owners, the working committee will have the members of the academic community. And I'm talking about professors from LASU, College of Nursing, LASU Tech, College of Health Technology. Members of the technical committee now. Thank you very much. We'll take the members of LASU Community College of Nursing, Ministry of Justice, and Law Reform Commission. You belong to everyone, everywhere. Eh? Education, I've said it now, professors and has to do with education. Let's have you. Judiciary. I am putting all those people on notice. I've called the ones that should come up. And after I call you, you come after. MOJ and law reform. That's the last. Thank you very much. Last one, Your Excellency, member of Allah. Don't worry, the OFL family invited guests. We'll do another. I told you we just want our dignitaries to stretch their legs, but the thing we are beginning to stretch the legs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a goodwill message from UNICEF, and please sit back as we listen to the representative of UNICEF online. Please, let's just sit back and watch the video clip of the goodwill message. Then we'll go to the panel discussion.
Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, honorable members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, distinguished representatives of state ministries, departments and agencies, our traditional and religious leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this year in Mushin, my team sat with a group of boys who had come through the Lagos State Diversion Program. They were not the case files people imagine when they hear the words children in conflict with the law. They were teenagers with plans. One wanted to become a fashion designer, another wanted to finish secondary school and study engineering. What had changed their path was not punishment, but a system that had chosen to rehabilitate them instead of discarding them and sending them to prison. Your Excellency, thank you for the honor of standing here with you today and for the continued trust you place in UNICEF's partnership with the Lagos State. For years now, that partnership has really helped build one of the strongest systems for protecting children in Nigeria. Permit me to also say that we see your commitment towards the general well-being of children in the state. You are visible in many efforts, be it in MNCAH Week, immunization programs, prevention of sexual violence against children and girls, amongst many others. Receive your flowers, Your Excellency. You have been a strong partner. The Child Rights Law of 2015 was not just a legislation. It banned corporal punishment in our schools. It required every public facility to report abuse instead of looking away. It created the Child Protection Network, which gave people in the communities a real system to use when a child needs help. These were not small steps. They put Lagos ahead of most states in the country. The law has provided an essential foundation for protecting children. However, 10 years after its adoption, there is still an opportunity to strengthen its implementation and to ensure that every child can fully benefit from provisions. The diversion program established under the law is operational in one of the state's 20 local government areas. While most important progress has been made, additional investment and stronger coordination amongst relevant institutions will be critical to expanding its reach. Recent assessment of the child protection system have highlighted areas where further efforts are needed to enhance collaboration, mobilize resources, and improve service delivery. These findings are not a reflection of past shortcomings, but rather an opportunity for us all to build on existing achievements and renew our collective commitment to ensuring that every single child is protected and supported. The world our children live in has evidently hand. A child is not only at risk at home or in the streets, a child can be at risk on a phone, in a chat, or on an app built for adults, but used by 10 years olds. If this review does not look at online safety and abuse that happen, it may not adequately serve it is meant to protect. UNICEF Nigeria is ready to keep working alongside Lagos states the way we have been working for the last 10 years. We will help with the technical work of reviewing this law. We will help build a costed plan so this reform does not end up in a meeting. And we will keep showing up where child protection is actually tested, be it in homes, schools, and shelters across Lagos. Your Excellency, the boys my team met in Mushin did not need a better law to feel protected. They needed adults who kept their word. Let us give every Lagos child that same promise they can actually count on. Tesiwaju Eko.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the Lagos chief representing the UNICEF in Nigeria. Well, we have international backing for all that we're doing here today. All right. I told us earlier on that boy-child gap. And we have the moderator for this particular session is been at the bar for Judge of High Court of Lagos Family and Probate Division. Welcome with me, Honorable Justice Aderera Olayinka Adeyemi. We also have as one of our panelists a professor of repute. When I saw this, I was almost running out of the hall. I remember clearly he is a sociologist and is a forensic criminologist. When I hear big words, I'm always afraid. From the Lagos State University, please welcome with me Professor Adedeji Oyenuga. We also have, as one of our panelists, the head of the Correctional Center, Oregun, Mrs. Iyabo Oluwagbemi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Mr. Abobimi Joruko Iyabo Oluwagbemi. Therefore, you can't have as many mothers as I have. But the head of all my mothers is the First Lady. And all the female permanent secretaries are my mothers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Iyabo Oluwagbemi. So when this school became an academy, but I know that there has been a lot of reform. Back then, in the days when we were in school, forward. Please welcome with me Principal Eko Boys Senior Academy, Mr. Oguyemi Shino Kayode. All right. I was wondering, Boys Senior Academy. High School. Ladies and gentlemen, last but definitely not the least, the founder, Boys Quarters, Africa, Mr. Solomon Ayodele. Please, I hope there are enough rooms in the Boys Quarters. All right, I'll be there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Ayo Makinde, who will be moderating this session. I thank you all, and I'll be back. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If Mr. Bajilai hadn't done it earlier, drop your hands, close your eyes, just to stretch your arms and your legs. But since they have asked us to do this, First Lady, thank you so much for your time. Just one ahead. It's something that I've been hearing, Mr. Bajilai, that people come here and they stand on the existing protocol. I hope we check the foundation of the protocol. Too many people stand on it, it can break. We will not be responsible for the building and control agency will do. So one of the things that excites me about this program, I've known over time, is that generally girls naturally began to grow and develop and get better. Boys are going to be their heads in their homes. So that we are talking about this, we're pretty much planning for the next 2, 3, 4 generations of Lagos boys. So please, one more time, put your hands together for the First Lady of Lagos State for this initiative. So you pardon me, I've kind of grouped this conversation into 3 categories. We look at the diagnostics where we are now. We will explore the practical interventions and field realities, what is being done. And we will look at the policy, M&E, and institutionalization where we are going. And as you can see, we have experts in the house. But let me begin with the lady. Sorry, no matter what, we see how to honor the woman among us. So, my Lord, my first question is not scripted, but I'm going to ask it anyway. We are calling for a review of this law. It's 11 years long. The first one I understand was in 2007. Someone did a review here the other time. Both in the law as a document and its execution and even the adjudication over time. What are the gaps you can say?
is turning the flesh for us at the judiciary. And sometimes we see you look at it and say, probably this is pure surrogacy, but for me, with the background of areas which has been um, it covers both for girls and boys. But what is important here, and our conversation should be the implementation and strategy of implementation of these laws. And that's where this boy child initiative, comes in. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause, please. So let's go to the boys' quarters. Mr. Ayodele, from your frontline community work, what would you say are the primary socioeconomic drivers that are pushing boys into the kind of behavior that we do not want to see them in, particularly in Lagos State?
Thank you very much, and thank you again, the First Lady, for this amazing initiative that is getting institutionalized. For back-end context, we started Boys Quarters about 8 years ago, and it was born out of the desire to be able to bring to fore an inevitable conversation. So I read a story about an NGO in South Africa that was trying to solve a problem with water. And they realized that a lot of parents were sending their girl child to go fetch water in the morning. So the girl child weren't going to school. So they created a pump called Play Pump, where children would have to play on the pump and roll the pump every now and again to be able to get the water out. By the time they fixed that problem, what they then saw was that the girl children began to go to school, and boys started playing on the play pump and stopped going to school, right? And the reality on the ground is that oftentimes people assume when we talk about the boy-child conversation, it is a boys versus girls thing. So I think fundamentally there is a cultural, a societal issue that we've had to deal with around letting people know that a boy is also a child. The difference in genital does not mean that a boy is a man already. So that's the first cultural thing we need to deal with. That's one. Number two is that we realize that we oftentimes demand from men what we have not invested in them as boys. So we have fewer male models to be able to show those boys the picture of what they should become. And boys become more what they see than what they hear. So even if you spend all the time talking and talking and talking, they still go back to see what their father is doing. So if their father slaps their mom, spend 5 years talking to them about gender-based violence. They are going to replicate the things they are seeing. So we saw that there was a major gap with, the right model. That's number two. Number three is that we then realized that there was a cultural and religious undertone around chauvinism, around the way women are seen, around the way women should talk. So in the last 8 years, we have engaged over 1 million boys across Africa at Boys Scholars Africa. And we have seen that even boys, the way they see girls is reflected in the way, women are seen in society generally. So I would answer to say that one of the things we have done is that, for example, we've created a digital platform called Dad Coach.
My apologies, Mr. Adele.
Yes, sir.
My question is specific.
Yeah.
What are the primary drivers, in your opinion,
Yeah.
from what you know,
Yeah.
that is pushing boys into cultism, street life, and
Yeah.
child labor?
Yeah, so that's the foundation I'm trying to lay.
Okay.
To say, first of all, there is a family issue. There is a picture issue. So if you try to fix the symptom of a problem and not fixing the root cause, we're still going to get that replicated over and over again. So I would say, first of all, there is a family thing there. Number two is there is also...
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I inform us that we have coming into our midst the #1 boy child in Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the governor of Lagos State. Well, Mr. Governor, sir, I was given another title today, but I'm yielding that title to you. And that's the senior boy child of Lagos. Thank you very much. I told you all the boys will be here today, and the #1 boy is already here. Thank you very much, sir. Well, Mr. Governor, sir, what we are doing is the plenary session, if I may call that. We have the panelists that are discussing the theme of the program. And I'd like to yield the mic back to Mr. Ayodele to continue while you sit back and hear our views. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, sir. So, like I was saying, I said the foundation of it is the family, right? There is a transgenerational thing around men passing on some sort of gender box to boys, right? The mental problem.
So we can make it interactive, and we are not. I like Mr. Obiyemi to speak to that same issue, because at least you are a principal, so you speak to boys from time to time. If we are boxing, so to speak, boys into this segment, we have found that over time, girls also have been found in cultism, in street life, in child labor. So, do you agree with his submission then, with Mr. Ayodele's submission?
Thank you, sir. I think culturally, the boy used to be the center of attraction in African community. But something went wrong. I'm not a lawyer, but in 2007, the law that was meant to uplift the right of every child in Nigeria was reduced to the right of girl child alone. And that's why we are talking about gap. Ordinarily, we shouldn't be talking about gap because the law says every child. But the women saw that opportunity to liberate the girl child from every cultural limitation that they have been subjected to from the ages past. And now we begin to talk about girl child, and we have relegated the boy child to the background. And that is where the problem started. When the students were dispersing from assembly, they normally sing a song. And one of the songs, terrible songs that we didn't notice then, they will tell you, ta ló fẹ́ ṣoríire, èmi fẹ́ ṣoríire, ta ló fẹ́ ṣe teacher, èmi ò ní ṣe teacher. Meaning that teachers are not among the successful people. So even if I stand in front of my students and I'm addressing them, I'm not a good role model to them. They have rejected me, so definitely they are rejecting the message I'm also passing to them. And that's quite unfortunate thing. And let me also go further. It's not only teachers they have rejected now, they have rejected every one of us in this hall today. Because they don't want to be teachers, they don't want to be nurses, they don't want to be journalists, they just want to be on the road to make money. And in the process, they are being recruited into all this occultic world.
Mr. Ayodele made a very vital point. Family is the origin.
Yes.
Would you lay that also on the family?
Let me relate it to my school. And I want the NGO here to come to Ireland, come and carry out a study. Most of the students we are dealing with, they are not still with their direct parents. I want all the NGO to come and carry out study on Ireland. It's either they are staying with paternal grandmother or mother. And this grandmother, they don't have the strength in their old age to nurture and to nourish these boys again. So at the end of it, last year, September, sir, the day the school resumed, a boy came to, I believe, I don't want to be mentioning my school so that it will not be televised live. This boy came to school with saliva mark. Saliva mark, we call it lala in my language, meaning that he did not even have his bath. Finally, he woke up that day, saw that student going to school, and he decided to join them. So when he came to school, and I noticed, I called him, say, you look so rough, the fingers nailed, the hair unkempt, everything about him. And I said, okay, are you staying with your direct parent? He said, no. Who are you staying with? He said, my grandmother. I said, give me the phone number of the grandmother. When I called the grandmother, and I said, from the Emma Binoma Lati Lewi or Monino, Monique Sophie, Mura, Lenio, the first day of the resumption. You know what you do to myself? Then a song, oh, my grandma, no pass on me. So when there's no male offering for a male child, there's going to be a problem. The women cannot handle boy child from their female perspective and have results.
Okay. Well, there's so much to talk about. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Particularly because he's a teacher. Please give him a good round of applause. Because some of you, when you are growing up, I say with respect, they're not born you well, may you look your teacher eye. Today, they more than do that. Prof, let me come to you. In crime mapping, I don't know if you want to call it that. I'm still talking about the first question that I asked Mr. Ayodele the other time. Because all of these things still border on security one way or the other, borders on patterns, on behavior, on society, and all. And there are some things that come with masculinity. So I just want you to speak to the societal angle to this whole thing, whether or not we have been proactive as a people, because the law is supposed to regulate behavior, not necessarily determine it. So what are your thoughts so far on all you've heard?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this program. What I be doing for, okay. Human beings are not only regulated by the law, they are also regulated by socialization, because through the process of socialization, we internalize the norms of the society. So it's a two-way thing. So the law is also a part of the tool of socialization. Now, when we grow older, we are meant to comply or conform. But the same socialization also creates the ground for people to depart from the norms. It's just that statistically, majority are meant to conform, and then the minority will differ from the law. And that is why we always say that statistically, crime is statistical abnormality, because it's only very few that are meant to depart from that law. It is normal, because we do not have society of say it is not possible. No matter how simple the law is, some people will still want to break it. No matter how humane that law is, some people will still choose to depart from it. So sometimes it's a choice. Sometimes it's as a result of them wanting to achieve certain goals. If we want to explain this, it's going to take a whole day. But let me just use one approach, or maybe two. I'll mix two together. Most times when children commit an offense while they were very young, we label them and we allow them to carry their identity around. We call that stigma. The moment you label a child as bad, the other parents around will say that, I don't want you to associate with that boy, he's a bad boy. You have already created a ground for that person, that boy, to become bad. I chose to use badder because I know it's worse, but I chose the word badder because it carries more weight than worse to me. You are giving that child to now become to engage in what we call self-fulfilling prophecy. I am already bad. I can be worse than I am. That's one. Another one is that generally there are strengths in the society. Pressure to succeed, pressure to do well in class, pressure to achieve a lot of things. Now this pressure is more on men than on women. And our child, because boys are socialized to become men, they are carried away from that age. I want to be better because socially we have mounted that pressure on them. And as a result, we have to look for alternatives. Now, according to one theory, I do not want to turn this to a class, that's why I'm just saying a theory. We will have different modes of adaptation. The first is conformity, where you will get it right and succeed. The second is innovationism. You will circumvent the means of achieving that goal, and then you achieve it, and then people will think, oh, he has made it. All that matters is making it. It doesn't count how I made it, all right? And that, of course, will mean that the child will probably do a lot of wrong things, cheat in examination to achieve that goal. And then the third one is, we call it ritualism. This one is not involving rituals, but here we are talking about the person who is over-assimilated to the norms of that society. And that person will now find it very difficult to want to break that law. So they will continue to do it, but they will still not get it right. Okay. But then they will still stick to doing it. Then we have another one. These ones, we call them dropouts in society, retreatists. In their own case, they would have tried so many times. You know, failure is different from frustration. frustration is multiple failure. So we say that they have been battered by the system. As a result, they got frustrated and then they chose to divert. Be in the society but not be of the society. Then you see them taking drugs. You see them engaging in a lot of other vices. And then you have the last category of people who will no longer be interested in the success of the society. They will create their own success. They also create a pathway to that success. And then they achieve their goals.
So, all of these, can the law significantly or remotely capture them?
Like I said before, as strong as the law is, as strong as enforcement is, even if you have everyone in Nigeria become police officers, all right, there will still be a room for individuals to commit sin.
But so, is it possible for the law to at least regulate some of these issues?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay, all right.
We can always manage it, reduce it to the minimum.
Mr. Oluwagbejami, I come to you now. I remember a government in Lagos was during the military government. We had a menace of area boys at the time. And I think it was the Marwa government at the time that made them what they call good boys and good girls. One of the things that I have seen that the law, the review is seeking to correct is that we bond boys and criminals in the same correctional facility many times, so to speak. There are also the question of whether or not correctional facilities are correctional facilities and not prisons. I don't know how you want to respond to that, particularly given your office.
Well, first of all, I want to commend the effort of the First Lady for this noble initiative. Personally, I've been a beneficiary because few of my works have been part of this program over time, and they came back with their testimonies. Today, we have boys whom the society never gave opportunity to. They never believed they could become something good. But by virtue of their being at that correctional facility, even opportunities they never had where they were outside come to them on a platter of gold. Yes, they mingle. When police arrest, they don't separate who is a criminal and who has not committed any offense. All of them will be taken to court, and the court will pass their verdict. Upon arrival at the correctional center, we have to profile them. We profile them. We do what we call social inquiry to ensure that those that have been accused wrongly are heard, and those who require correction are given opportunity through education. Where all our vocational staff, across all our boys corrections centers, we have different skills that they are exposed to. Presently, about 4 days ago, we got a professional from Slots, one of their key partners, to come and model these boys. It came because we have a computer phone repairs some of our locations. And one of the things, just to model them to ensure that they can become whoever they want to become, we have to get a model for them through Slots. He came back and was able to talk to these boys, and this has really changed their mindset. Apart from that, education too is one key area that you can use to transform lives. We have functional schools across all our facilities. We even have those who are in university currently, being sponsored by government and NGOs, different individuals. They are doing very well for themselves, and some have also been recruited and employed by the state government. These are some of the things that we do to ensure that they get back their life and they remain relevant and useful to themselves and society at large.
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Lord, I'll come to you now. And you heard quite a number of, some of them troubling. There was no one specifically assigned to talk about family, but I'm glad that everyone has spoken about family one way or the other. Now, the law, I'm not sure how the law, desegregates, some of the issues that you have heard, but from your perspective and from giving your experience, how do you think judicial officers, through their discretionary powers and restorative frameworks, how do you see them aligning court decisions with multi-agency interventions like the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, particularly given the words that Mr. Oluwabejam just spoke?
Okay, basically, as a judicial officer dealing with children, the principle and core principle as our action is the best interest of the child, so that anything that will assist us in getting the best result for the child is what we will look at for. And in this instance, of course, every collaboration of us, the stakeholders, the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, I think Ministry of Justice as well. For instance, in my court, when I deal with children in conflict with the law, I also make use of the social workers in looking into the background. Why did that particular child commit the offense, and what are the likely interventions that will be given to him? And so I work with the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. I work with the agency in Ministry of Justice, the community service, because at the end of the day, the law stipulates that institutionalization should be the last resort, even when a child commits an offense. And so, if I have to, at the end of the day, give my own ruling on the child, I will want to make sure that I consider other intervention, like community service, like going to community houses where they can rehabilitate. So, in all, collaboration with other stakeholders is key in our working, and we make use of that. And I think there is a program which the Ministry of Youth collaborates with, and they are at Mushin, where we have children in conflict with the law being trained, counseled, for a rehabilitation. So all of these are what we can put into use when considering the child.
Okay. Just one quick one. You have been with the Family and Probate Division of Lagos State, the judiciary in Lagos State for a while.
Yes.
Is there any aspect of, okay, I also remember I think it was a governor in Nigeria at some point saying they needed to legislate academic education for children. That if they found, I think it was in the South, if they found a child not in school, they will take the parents to court. Do you think that is something reasonable that can be, this review can also consider in the interest of the child?
Well, in the interest of the child, of course, I will not, in my own perspective, make this a sort of punitive policy, because for a child to drop out of school, there's so many things, economic aspects of it, because of poverty, because of malfunction, family, violence, exposure to violence, and all that. So, what I will enjoin the government to do is to design policy and strategize in a way that will attract children to want to be in school, and of course, their parents. Punishing the parents might be going, a bit too overboard, because so many things, are involved in not taking a child to school. For instance, if the home is not settled, if the woman is driven out of the home and she has to help, will the child go to school? If the issue of economy, poverty, or even the parents themselves not well educated and do not regard education as anything. They won't encourage the child to be in school, So I think it's a policy issue in which the government will design and attract children.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nguyemi, do you agree about the issue of legislating academic education for children?
It concerns every child right to education. And that is the law. And I believe you want to make progress. That law must be implemented. I'm not trying to regionalize this. When you begin to mention Awolowo, some of our children never met Awolowo. But that is what stood that man out of his contemporary, because he gave his people education. If you want to enslave people, you not give them education. But once you have that education, you have liberated that mind. And that means they will fulfill their potential. So I believe that every child must be educated in Nigeria. That doesn't take anything away from the Boys Child Initiative. For instance, I just want to relate it with my immediate environment where I work. If you come to Boys Senior Academy, sir, there is a fence between boys and girls. During the break time, sir, all the boys will go to, there's a small entrance. All of them will converge at that small entrance. The girls also have large compound. All of them will come to that. So I used to call that gate Lokoja. It's just like River Niger and Benue coming to. So we need the interest of all the children must be protected. In the last 10 years, thank God you are in the media, most of the girls that are having first class, most of the students that are having first class in our university are girls. So if you are producing girls with first class and our boys are third class, later they will still settle with those third class materials. So let's look at the interest of all our children, and God will help us.
Thank you very much. In fact, Mr. Oluwagbemi, the microphone is rightly in your hands. Mr. Oluwagbemi, Lagos has pioneered largely. I've lived in Lagos and I've been in the media for long enough to know. And Lagos has been pioneer in many, many respects. Now, and this initiative is no less something equally significant. So in your opinion, what operational structure exists for the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development in Lagos to coordinate efforts between parents, faith-based organizations, NGOs, and local government structures to protect the boy child?
Well, first of all, Section 247 of the existing shelter law that we're using, and 252 make a clear declaration that across all the local governments and at state level, there must be what is called State Child Rights Implementation Committee. This committee consists of, say that again, State Child Rights Implementation Committee. We also have that at the local government. It is called LG Creek, Local Government Child Rights Implementation. That's Section 252. The law simply says you must have a committee across all the local governments, across all the states. At local government, you must have the chairman of that committee. You have the churches, you have the pastors, you have community CDAs and other faith organizations as part of that committee. What do? There are parents too. PTA too, they are also members. They discuss about the welfare of children generally within their local government. And this is what this committee is being completed by the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. We also work with NGOs to ensure that the provision of the laws is implemented to the letter and across all the wards and CDAs. So in Lagos State, we have so many existing structures. Like for instance, we have been able to strengthen, under the Child Development Department, there is parenting classes, parenting sessions for parents of Lagos, of most children in the state. Quarterly they meet, they discuss about the welfare of their children. We also interface and to support those who don't have their wherewithal to support their family. We call it family strengthening. This is what we do to empower them to ensure that children in the state, just like they support them to ensure that they also go to school, their children go to school with basic things, and even those that have vocational skills abuse strengthening with equipment to ensure that you live and work, but to ensure that children are also doing well for themselves, for their parents.
Very much. Just a quick one. Let me quickly ask Mr. Ogunyemi just this one question. He talked about the network, the collaboration between family, faith-based organizations, NGOs, government, and the rest of them. But there is a question I've been asking for about 2 years. And I'm sure as a principal, you may have had to encounter or deal with the question from time to time. He talked about counseling for parents. How do parents who need parenting parent others? Have you had to deal with that where you're just wondering, you this parent, you are supposed to have a parent parenting you before you parent this child?
Thank you, sir, for that question. On island, some of us that have taught for 30 years, we have this slogan among ourselves that we have taught the mothers, we have taught the children. For instance, I have a child in my school now that is going to SS3. I taught the mother. So Mutikomo, Mutikoya. And most of us that have. So when they come like that, at times when some of them are coming with that notion that I want to go and fight in that school, and they get to the school and discover that, this same man that I want to come and fight happens to be they will now mellow down. So, but we have school-based management committee that is made up of community leaders, market women.
They find a way to measure, to manage those things. Okay.
So if you have serious cases that we do call them, and they have a way of.
Because of the time that we have, and particularly because Mr. Governor has to take on some other matters of state, I'd like to go around the room for our final points. Things that you consider the law must review before we can make some progress. Let me start with you, Mr. Ayodele.
Thank you very much, sir. I think my final thoughts would be that we cannot create an institution that would escape that modeling that boys need. And what do I mean? We need to bake in a more holistic conversation around pulling in men into this conversation. For example, at Boys Quarters, we do stuff for men too, where we try to help men become emotionally intelligent to help boys, right? Because those boys would rather become who they see much more than who is talking to them.
Okay.
And I think on the second note, and which is the final point, is that beyond the government conversation, just like the principal said, there's a lot we can do with our religious leaders, with our law enforcement agencies, to be able to cascade this very important conversation for us to be able to get the kind of result we want.
Thank you. Prof.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, for me, I feel that whatever we are doing now is complementing the existing system that we already have. The girl child has been catered for, not totally, not in total. Boy child is being added, that's more like adding to it. But whatever we must do, we must ensure that it goes down to the grassroots. And we must ensure that all hands are on deck. By all hands, I mean the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, the law enforcement. I am sure that by the time we have the state police, there will be an officer we can easily walk through, and then people can report to, and then things are done properly. We must also have the legal institution working well to regulate all that is done, because product must be lawful, and then we must also engage all actors that are interested in this, that have genuine interest in all of this. And there must always be a conference like this. This is where you are able to put together and you are able to implement them to give you the right result for improvement. And then it is important for us to ensure that
we sustain whatever system we create. Sustainability here means all actors must be working. Sustainability here also means that fund must be supplied. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Professor Adedeji Oyenuga is a sociologist and forensic criminologist at LASU. We've also had my Lord Honorable Justice Aderera Olayinka Adeyemi, High Court Judge in Lagos in the Family and Probate Division. We've also spoken with Mr. Solomon Ayodele, who is who is founder of Boy Scouters Africa. We've had Mr. Kayode Ogunyemi, who is the principal in Boy Senior Academy. Mr. Iyakwa Oluwagbejami, Head Special Correctional Center for Boys, Oregon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time this morning. I should mention, we have been speaking with men and parents. I hope we're also speaking with boys.
Thank you very much. You'll have to take, you know, you are the only group of people exempted the other time when we were taking photographs. So the First Lady will join you. You see, the patient dog will eat the fattest bone. You have gotten double for your waiting. You see, that's the senior boy. When I yielded my new title to Mr. Governor, you thought I was joking. I can't attempt what he has done just now. Otherwise, a lot of things will happen. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we were here, we had the representative of UNICEF. And now we'll just take a 2-minute message from the representative of the United Nations, the officer in charge of crime. In that agency, we'll take just a 2-minute message before we will go to the next item. Please, let's have it right away.
Your Excellency, Dr. Rojana Ibijoko Sanwo Olu, First Lady of Lagos State, distinguished member of the Executive Legislature and Honorable Commissioner, heads of ministry, department, and agencies, development partners, traditional rulers, faith leaders, and members of civil society, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a distinct honor to join you virtually today on behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime to convey a goodwill message on the occasion of this stakeholders' engagement on the review of the child rights law violence. But UNODC evidence is equally clear on a second less spoken truth. These boys are overwhelmingly first victim of broken homes, poverty, neglect, abuse, child labor, and criminal exploitation before they are ever perpetrators. A boy trafficked into forced labor, radicalized into criminal gang, or groomed online is not a threat to be contained. He is a child to be protected. So, ladies and gentlemen, the foresight of the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, recognizing this, is precisely why it matters and precisely why UNODC stands firmly with it. And let us be equally honest, the girls, child, and women remain gravely exposed to sexual violence, trafficking, early exploitation, and technologically facilitated abuse. Child protection cannot be zero-sum conversation between boys and girls. It must be one framework, gender-responsive and inclusive, that shield every child, regardless of sex, from becoming either a victim or a vector of crime. This is why this legal and institutional reform matters so profoundly. The child right law that is current, enforceable, and harmonized with international standards, the Convention of the Right of the Child, the U.S. Standard Minimum Rules for Juvenile Justice, and the Palermo Protocol on Trafficking gives Lagos the instrument to protect, divert, rehabilitate, and reintegrate rather than merely punish. Strong interagency system regulate care institutions and child-sensitive justice mechanisms are not administrative details. They are the difference between a child rescued and child lost to the criminal justice system. Your Excellency, UNODC reaffirmed today its long-standing partnership with Nigeria, with Lagos State, in juvenile justice reform, anti-trafficking response, drug demand reduction, and child online protection. We stand ready to bring our global technical expertise, data, and normative standard to support the outcome of this engagement and their translation into an updated law that Nigeria and our region can look to as a model. Let today's deliberation be guided by one conviction: every child rescued from crime as victim or as offender is a future secure for Nigeria, Lagos, and to a large extent the region. On behalf of UNODC, I salute the First Lady's leadership and wish this engagement every success. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, I wanted us to go on, listening to everyone, but the senior boy child told me, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome with me the performing troupe of Lagos State Council for Arts and Culture. They'll be performing for just 5 minutes. Please sit back and enjoy their performance.
abímọ yẹ ní tèmi o, èmi abímọ yẹ. Èmi abímọ yẹ ní tèmi o, èmi abímọ yẹ. Mo bá dùn, mo bọ́ bá, adùn Olúwa o, èmi abímọ yẹ. Bímọ yẹ ní tèmi o, èmi abímọ yẹ. Èmi abímọ yẹ ní tèmi o, èmi abímọ yẹ. Ọmọ òwe pẹ́ dàgbà, ọmọ òwe pẹ́ dàgbà. Kékeré jòjòló mo gbọ́ ọmọ mi. Ọmọ òwe pẹ́ dàgbà. Kékeré jòjòló mo gbọ́ ọmọ mi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Every child deserves to be heard. Every child deserves to have a say. Well, the playlet is self-explanatory. The Yorubas have a saying, tó bá kọjú sí ẹ kò tá, tó bá kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ kò tá, tó bá kù ọ́ nìkan. Thank you very, very much. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite, on your behalf, to say a word or two to each and every one of us. The #1 boy child in Lagos, the senior boy child, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State.
Thank you. Please. Thank you very much, Ma, for coming. The Chief Registrar, thank you very much for coming as well. The cabinet members that are here, Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, Youth and Social Development, WAPA, body of permanent secretaries that are here. Thank you very, very much. Subeb, Council, everybody that I can see, TTPSs, all of you, heads of government agencies, various friends from the military, from the police, and other stakeholders. Okay, no vex.
Okay, we, Boy Scouts, CDCs and CDAs, see something, say something. Thank you very much. So they are all stakeholders, political and non-political. Gentlemen of the press, we are very important at this very important gathering because we want it to really have the proper reportage that it deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, let me confess, I've been a supporter of when she started the Boy Child Initiative. I know she has a way of, talking about First Lady, and she has a way of ensuring that whatever things she puts her mind and her heart to, it has to succeed. So I think it was 3 years ago or so, or 4 years ago, and said she has to renovate a school in Badore, she has to renovate another school in Ikorodu, she has to what for? Just to bring in 300 boys, 400 boys together, and everybody has forgotten the boys and the rest of it. And we thought that, but the rest they say is history now. Because for year in, year out, they have succeeded in ensuring that the Boy Child Initiative, giving hope, and the last one, which I was also privileged to be, was at our old school, which is St. Gregory's College. She's a woman, but she went to St. Gregory's as well, and so she was able to convince St. Gregory's College to open, their school to receive about 300 or so boys again, because they also have, accommodation and the rest of it. So, Madam First Lady, thank you very, very, very much. And so today, it's really not just about an initiative. It has now turned to a movement, and a movement to which all of us that are in this hall have been, in one form or the other, identified collaborators and very good collaborators. And what it is about, it's about a movement where we are not in any form saying that the presence of a girl child has suddenly reduced. We know that we have a responsibility for that. But whilst doing that, we inadvertently also have now realized that we're neglecting the boy child. And so what this conversation is about is not about role sharing, it's about collaboration. It's about ensuring that one is not unduly, unnecessarily neglected for the other. It's about ensuring that we can look at our children on both sides and give them whatever it is that they require. It's about ensuring that we have not inadvertently, in the attempt of ensuring that we give a space for a woman, we give a space for a child, we have indeed now relegated that boy child. And so it is a consciousness that we're bringing back to reality. It's a reality check that if we're not conscious of it, if we're not aware of it, we will continue as a society, as a people, begin to neglect an important arm of our family values. And so that's why I feel committed to come in and confirm and revalidate and assure you that as a government, we see the sense in this. We actually want to appreciate you, to be collaborators with us in this, and to say that as a government, we're truly, truly, really committed to this. And so when the child, thank you very much, when the Child Rights Law, which has been in existence from 2015, is now going through some amendments, we feel it's the right time for whatever will ensure that we can guarantee and protect the Boy Child Initiative. We need to do it, and we need to do it well. And so as a government, we've also identified May the 16th, as a Boy Child Day. It wasn't an easy sell. The Honorable Commissioner for Youth and the Honorable Attorney General had to further convince cabinet members that this is the right way to go, this is the proper thing to do, this is what we need to bring about. This, in our view, is another first for Lagos. It's Lagos that is taking the lead on this, and I think Lagos State needs to be given. And so it is an initiative that is certainly beyond an individual now. It is an administration, and it is a group of all of us, as leaders, as parents, important stakeholders, to see the need for us to do it. And I think we cannot but learn from the 5-10 minutes, play that we just watch and we see now. We now know that in every environment or sphere of life, I was at Babcock the other day, it's woman that comes first. It's woman that is the first class. It's woman that is best in class. It's woman that is this. It's one that is multi-talented. It's one that is always green. It's one that is taller than the man. It's one that is. But at the end of the day, still to walk, in one form or the other, with a man, with that boy that will turn to a man. And so, what have we inadvertently created? So, we're not reversing ourselves, we're trying to do a catch up, ensure that we balance both. And we do not neglect one at the expense of the other. And I think WAPA was correcting me and telling me that part of the things that we've done in Lagos State is even the likes of Mrs. Kinonja and Mr. Kinonja, by the board. So we did not, their sister would face the law, but the parents, instead of we also sanctioning, we now have a means of taking them through a training. That's one of the things that we're doing in Lagos, so that we can recorrect their mindset and we can give them a better hope and a better training, so that they can become better parents, instead of throwing the baby and the bathwater away. So there's a lot of corrective measures that we all need to do. There's a lot of programs, there's a lot of activities that needs to be consistently being taken up to ensure that that imbalance that we're all suddenly conscious of, we can bring it back and we can repair it. And it's only when we do that that we can truly now begin to have a society that we will all be proud of going forward. That we can see a society that all of the issues that we're seeing, banditry, kidnapping, drug abuse, is prevalent to one particular sex, the male, so that we can correct the social pressure that we have in our society, so that we can talk about the future of these children, so that we can know that it's not all about naira and kobo. We have brought these kids to life. We need to give them decent, adequate time for them to be better citizens. Selfishly for themselves, not necessarily for us, but for themselves. So that's why I want to encourage this gathering. That's why I want to assure you that we will support, this initiative to whatever level that is required. That we balance it up, make sure that it's something that is enduring, make sure that it's something that will outlive us, make sure that it's something that we can work with for a very, very long time, and it becomes the change that we want in our society. The reversal of some of the nuisances and the things, the challenges we've seen in our society. Drug issues, drug abuse is real. By the way, we're building what will be the largest mental health rehabilitation in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. We're building it in Ekpe. Because we are conscious of the fact that we need to first accept that we need to build that capacity. So it's not a child's thing. It is something, a realization that we need to reverse and correct ourselves. And so when we say that drug abuse and all of these things is real, it's not to put it as Christian, it's not my portion. It's God forbid. No. It's the reality of society that we found ourselves. And so one of the first reality checks is for us to accept it and be able to now deal with it. And so all of us coming here is an acceptance of the fact that we'll have an issue. Let all of us work together and solve and deal with it. So, Madam First Lady, thank you very much, and thank you to all of your supporters, all of your cheerleaders for making this. The Ministry of Youth and Social Development, thank you for holding it. All of our judicial officers and Attorney General, thank you for leading the champion. I think really message is all of our social clubs. The Boys Scout, the Girls Brownie, the Girls Guild, whatever it is, all the social activities that we had growing up. We need to go back to them and ensure that they truly, really, engage children, both boy and girl, male and female. and give them that future that we truly, really expected of them. So on this note, it's really to just come out here and assure you that for us as a government, we are brought into this and we'll do everything to ensure that it becomes enduring, becomes something that will be part of us and will become a long-lasting solution to help correct the societal imbalance that we have noticed and we have seen, so that indeed that boy child can have a proper place in the society. And that girl child also never will be forgotten. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for listening. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. Governor deserves a bigger round of applause. He said something that is very instructive, that the convener of this initiative is a determined person. I can attest to that. Whatever she decides to do must be done. The can-do spirit is always with her. I welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs. All right, and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Bolaji Dada. You're welcome into our midst. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I didn't want Mr. Governor to leave us because I'm aware of his numerous engagements after leaving here. So I had to twist the program to ensure that we hear from him. And I thank God he has said to every one of us that he is with his full chest and the full chest of Lagos State government backing this initiative. The judges are here, the Commissioner for Justice is there, and every one of you that have taken photographs, you are witnesses. But I know he's a man of his words, and he will ensure that it's fulfilled. So don't worry. I'm also making a promise to be part and parcel of this. You know, I told you earlier that I'm jobless now. He was my former employer. I'm waiting for pension now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have said so much about this woman. And the Yorubas have a saying, they say, Enonikan, Latin Bokon, Abi? If you don't understand Yoruba, ask the person sitting beside you and pay a token, but bring 10%. Who would like to listen to the convener? Like the Yorubas will always say, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me upstage as I invite the First Lady of Lagos State, the mother of over 25 million children in Lagos, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. Please, a very big round of applause for her until she gets off stage.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated. A beautiful afternoon to each and everyone present here today. Thank you so much for your time. Time is fast spent. The Governor of Lagos State is just taking his leave. My darling husband, thank you very much for, out of a very tight schedule, being here. Being a senior boy child, like the retired or not tired permanent secretary had told us, Mr. Bajulai, thank you very much. My Lord, Honorable Justice Kazim Alugba, ably represented by Honorable Justice Aderia, Olayinka Adeyemi, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for taking part in the panelist section. All this wouldn't have been possible if not that, God has decided that I should spearhead the role of the boy child, being a senior girl child myself. The Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, was being represented by Honorable Moshood Aro from the Ikorodu constituency. The Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Lawal Pedro San. We are the only one that can make you stay here for that long. Thank you for staying so long. The Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mr. Bolaji Ogulende, thank you. I know you have another program, and honestly, we do not take it for granted for you being here. The Executive Chairman, Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, Mr. Akim Situ, and members of the board, we recognize you. Body of Permanent Secretaries here present, we recognize each and everyone, especially the PAMSEC for MISD, Pharmacist Uluwatoyin Okensoyinton. Our royal fathers have left, but we my Cornwall Sisters Council, Committee of Wife of Lagos State, thank you for coming. The wives of the military officers associations here present, we recognize you. POA, NOA, NAOA, NAFOA. Have I missed anyone? We. Wow. We cannot but do with our CDC, CDAs, the numerous NGOs that are here. I recognize each and every one of you. Thank you very much for your time. I hope it is time well spent. It is worth your while. The directors and top government officials here present. Our sponsors for today, Marriott Hotel, thank you. Thank you very much for accommodating us. Now, it was a long speech, Mr. Governor. Everybody has spoken, so the speech has been shortened. But let me just say one or two things, because I know time is fast spent. Today is perhaps one of the happiest and most fulfilling days I could ever have imagined. Seeing an initiative that is so dear to my heart, receiving the recognition, the support, and institutionalization, backing it truly deserves, fills me with immense joy and gratitude to God. It can only be God that has made it possible that we're here gathered today, witnessing this. Documentaries have been shown, the history and story of the initiative, how it started. Mr. Governor was asking me on the seat, what made you think of Lagos Boy Child? And I kept on reminding him that it has been mentioned here over and over again that yes, a lot of attention has been made on the girl child, which I belong to, but we have noticed that a lot of things are also happening out there. The girls are going up, and then we're having our boys, and so we need to balance it because they're going to end up with the men either in the workforce or when they get married and the likes like that. The two reasons why we were here was just to throw more light on the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, especially the day, May 16th, which the Executive Council has recognized, and I think they're going to work towards it. And to also tell everyone here that the Lagos Boy Child Initiative does not belong to Dr. Mrs. Sanwo-Olu. It has grown beyond me. It is not something that I can handle, and it has to be institutionalized in our ministries. Ministry of Youth and Social Development, because it cuts across both the school children, the orphanages, the correctional facilities. So we kept on looking, should we leave it to Ministry of Education? But it seems Ministry of Education does not cover some areas, maybe the orphanages and the correctional facilities. So we had to look at Ministry of Youth and Social Development, where it should rightfully be placed. It's something that needs to be done. We do not want it to die a natural death. We know that there are issues in the country, and we think this initiative will further support one of the reasons why we're having some of these issues. The cases of the banditry, the terrorism, the yahoo that is going on, we think if we can catch them young, bring these children together, boys will always be boys, and we have seen it happen many times in our camps, that when you plant a seed, it will germinate. When you put these ideas in these children, it has this ripple effect on the children. For the first time in my life, I entered the, warplane. Yes, it was a warplane, and my children entered the warship. Now, those are things that we see when we are watching James Bond. So some of us are entering these planes and warships at the age of close to 60, and my children are entering it at the age of 13. Now you can imagine the kind of seeds that you have planted in their heads. Right there and then, some boys were taking some decisions. I want to be this, I want to be that. We have used examples of different role models in the state, from the governor, the deputy governor, the Right Honorable Speaker, the chief judge, the head of civil service, the different commanders in charge of the different military sections of the country. So immediately you are forming something in the minds of these children. Now, because we are gender sensitive and there's gender equality going on, the only rightful place to place this Lagos Boy Child initiative is under the Child's Rights Law. Remember again, I am a girl child. So much as I'm supporting the boy child, I also need to look at the girl child. Where do we have laws that can protect our children? It's under the Child's Rights Law. This gathering was for us to have a feel of what has been going on, have a feel of what is going to go on. I was talking to our son here that some of our laws, the law reform area, they take like so many years before we can finally change the law. Yes. And I remember when we had the technical committee, one of the things they were telling me that it might not be automatic, ma. It will take time. And I said, yes, I know. I know year after year they'll have to add one thing, remove one thing, but like Mr. Governor said, it's a movement. We have to start from somewhere. It's a fight that we need to fight for our children and unborn children. So are you ready for this movement? Are you ready for this fight? Are you ready for us to review some of these laws? Those are the questions I ask myself. So yes, I am ready. It might not be during my own time that this law will be changed. I pray it is. But I want to be one of those that started it, that ran along with it. And whenever we decide to change some things that have been reviewed by the representatives of the Chief Judge, I'll be very proud of myself that I was part of the movement. I was part of the fight. You understand? And when I see our children, our boys, our girls change in their attitudes, that gives me great joy. It's not the money, but the mere fact that the narrative has changed gives us great joy. I give a story all the time that there was a time Nigerians were going abroad to go and have their babies in Dublin. I'm sure you're aware of that period. You want to get the Irish citizenship or Irish passport or something like that. And then at a point in time, the people in Ireland were getting worried that we have a lot of what do you call them, refugees or people coming into our land. And before you know it, if they don't get jobs, if they don't get things to do, they either end up as pickpockets, armed robbers, and the likes, and start affecting the people in that country. So what did they do? They went back, sat down, went to the drawing board, And so we need to review something here, especially with those people that come into our country, seek asylum, refugee, come to have babies in our side. We need to accommodate these people. They need to go to school. Education from 0 to age 25. They need to be taught, even though they are not our own citizens. But if we don't do that, they will attack our own citizens. So from age 0, that's when they are born, to kindergarten, primary, secondary, university. It's very expensive to train a child from 0 to 25 years, but it's a worthwhile investment. That is one thing that some of us in the West African countries have not done. We did not invest in those children that were just wandering up and down. We were watching them from age 0 to 5 to 10 to 40, and now they're attacking us. They have become the bandits that are attacking us. That money that we did not want to invest in them from 0 to 25 years, when they ask for the ransoms, we are paying those monies. So you are seeing what is happening, that we need to invest in these children. Biological, non-biological, we need to invest in them so that we can avoid this menace that a lot of West African countries are experiencing now. We're not seeing much of that in the places like Ireland, so they have their own issues. But these are some of the things that they are seeing way, way ahead. And so when there's a movement, all of us here need to take part if it's a movement that you believe in. When we say that, a lot of people have approached me that, you are the convener of Boy Child. As you are leaving this administration, you should take it along with you because it's going to die a natural death. I said, no, this movement is beyond me. It is not something that I can take away with me. It is something that the government needs to look at and invest in properly. It might be one of the solutions to one of the problems that we're having. I don't know. But it's something, food for thought for everyone to look at. And that is why we have been able to showcase some of the things that we've done. Some we started in 2021, we've had first, second, third camp. We've not been able to show the first camp or second camp properly because there was no funds. We couldn't manage it. We couldn't do media publicity of the first, second, and third as we would have wanted to do because we didn't have funds. Also, First Lady is not constitutionally recognized, it's tucked under the governor's office. And so, by the time we're doing the fourth camp, which took place in St. Gregory's, we decided we need to try and make this thing a little bit public so that people can know this is how we have managed it. This is how we've been able to do it. Yesterday, we had the prize-giving award for our boys in our camps, which is normally a 3 or 4 day camp. They learn different things, from hygiene to war against drug abuse, mental health, and then excursions to different places so that they can, visualize some of these things when they go to a factory or a farm. They see these things. We went to the security sections this time around. The children can appreciate it better. It's important that we expose the children to these things when they are young so that they can start forming something in their head. We expose them to the civil service. A lot has been said about civil service. Some people say, it's only poor people that work in civil service. Only people that are not as educated that end up in the civil service. But the children were able to appreciate that some of the people in the civil service, some of our permanent secretaries are engineers, lawyers, doctors, architects. They didn't know. Some of them have never entered the secretariat. We gave them that opportunity to enter. In the camp, one of the extracurricular activities we expose them to is football. All boys like football. When it comes to football, it's fun, They don't want to listen again to the lectures. And then we decided, okay, let's bring in the Boy Scouts. Because a lot of our children, all they can do is they're always on the phone, internet, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat.
That's the only thing. They don't know how to survive when they're put in some deep areas. And so we have to bring back the scouts to teach our boys how to do the reef knots and the likes like that. You tie, how you can, with the barest minimum, you can still survive. And then we now looked at it. Okay, we're talking about football, we're talking about scouts. Let's test these boys when it comes to cooking. And we were surprised that our boys excel very well in the cooking competition. Like yesterday, I had to tell people I had to eat jollof rice made by my boys. Some were very hard, some were salty, some were waterlogged, some were very red. And the boys were asking me, Mommy, how is it? I said, it's very fine. It's very, very fine. I didn't even spit it out, I had to swallow it. But you see, those are the type of encouragement that we want to give our boys. So we want them to excel in so many areas. Art, dancing, just different areas. The last one we did almost 600 children. That's a lot. 600 boys, that's a whole school. And we're monitoring them with all my staff. The medical people were there just in case, when boys play, they either have one broken hand or leg, quickly rushing them down to the nearest hospital, alerting all the general hospitals that are nearest that facility, alerting all the doctors, MDs, nurses, that you should be on standby if anything happens to any of our children. From the moment we carry that child down to the hospital, you are ready to receive them. So everybody is activated. The security, you cannot put 600 children in camp and not have security around them. We have to make sure that security, the headmaster, the principal, everybody is on red alert when we have these camps. It's so much. We needed about 10 buses to take our children out. So it involves a lot. It's beyond me as a person, and that's why it needs to be under the ministry. It needs to be there. I've said all this so that you can have a picture of what this Lagos Boy Child is about, and also seize this opportunity to ask our law reforms to please help us again review the Child's Rights Law 2015. We're in 2026, 10 years. I think we've been on it for a long time. I think it's something that we need to speed up a bit. She has read everything out for us and the areas, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing, that you put into it. But I think it's something that we need to work faster. Like I said, I was discussing with Pedro, and I said the orphanages, in some countries, they're outfacing orphanages. They want the children to live within families. So if it's going to take us 20 years to review some areas about orphanages, by the time we come up with that law, we'll just see that people are not using that again. They've gone to something else. So those are the reasons why we need to speed up whatever we're doing. Time is fast spent. I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to each and every one that has come out today, because it must be worth your time to come here to listen to this presentation, to further ponder and think about how we can help our children, biological children and non-biological children. If you take care of only your biological children, they're going to meet up in the university outside with the non-biological ones. So any child around you, you must be concerned, you must be interested. If they're driving their cars and the other child that does not have a car, by the time they start knocking on their windows, you will know what is going on. So it concerns all of us. It's a movement, it concerns all of us, and we all need to be involved. Anything to do with the Child's Rights Law. If you see any child that has been affected, molested in any area, please don't turn another eye. I know we're in the area of mind your own business, but sometimes we have to be mother hens. We cannot mind our business. We need to talk. What you're doing is wrong, madam. This is how it's supposed to be. In a diplomatic way, not in an abusive way, but at least let's be able to correct each and one another. Again, it's only for me to say thank you. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll continue to clap until she gets to her seat. Thank you very, very much. You could feel the passion for the boy child because the number one boy child lives with Her Excellency. Thank you very much, ma'am. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want us to see this as we were there, we were just listening. We're going to the interactive session now. I can assure you we're leaving here within the next couple of minutes. But before we do the interactive session, we'll have a case study that is there, is being projected. We have, I think, 24 tables here. So the two tables beside each other will form a group. So immediately after we'll go through this session. All right, social workers, you already have the expo. So please go to various groups, go to various tables. If you can come and take photographs, you must also go to various tables. Oh yeah, all our social workers here, please join various tables. We don't want two social workers on a table. So, like I was saying, the case study is projected. So we'll read it, then we'll discuss it, then we want a representative from each group. The two tables making a group, we want a representative from that group to come up, give us just one sentence or one paragraph of what you arrived at. And that will form the basis for our communique. And the interactive session, after we have read it and everything, will be handled by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth and Social Development, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Osoyitolu, and thereafter she will give the vote of thanks and we'll move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The First Lady of Lagos State, the innovator of the LBCI initiative, members of the Executive Council here present, especially the Honorable Commissioner of the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, Mr. Mobolaji Abubakar Ogulende, the body of permanent secretaries here present as stakeholders, the Obas, wives of army officials, council, Okoniwa sisters, and all of our stakeholders, thank you so much for waiting and for being part of this program. So we have gotten to the stage where it is important that we discuss the matter. LBCI is a program that every hand has to be on deck. And at the end of this stakeholders meeting, we want to have a communique, and we want it to be holistic. We want everybody's opinion on the way forward with this program. It is something that the First Lady has started, but we want to ensure that it continues to grow in leaps and bounds. And that is why we have a case study that will help us with a discussion and help us to have actionable plans at the end of the program. So I'll get my head of Child Protection Unit to read the case study, and then we'll commence with the discussion. Each group should have a rapporteur, somebody that will come
and give us a brief on what you have discussed. But before we go on, I want to give you a very important number. Following the play, the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, we have a child protection unit, and we have a child protection line. And the number is 090 6735 3002. I'll take it again. 0906 735 3002. So when you see something, you say something, and the Ministry of Youth and Social Development will definitely do something. Do you need me to take that number again? Okay. 0906 735 3002. 0906 735 3002. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Case study for interactive session. Mr. Charles Senama, an engineer in an oil and gas firm, fell in love with Ms. Joy Akinola, a banker. After 1 year courtship, the both of them decided to get married. Shortly after, Mr. Joy Senami became pregnant. Mrs. Joy Senami became pregnant and delivered a bouncing baby boy named Wesu Senami. The couple had a home full of joy and laughter. 6 years after, the couple had another son named Olabode Senami. The couple were progressing in their chosen careers and had more than enough income to meet their family needs. They had their own property and traveled annually on vacation abroad. Mr. Charles felt the need for Mrs. Joy to concentrate on the home front, so he suggested to his wife to resign from her job for some time while he would take care of the family needs. Mrs. Joy refused on the ground that she too desired to reach the peak of her career, so she refused his offer to be a stay-home mom. All efforts to convince her fell on deaf ears. Consequently, the couple started having marital problems. At some point, the man became aggressive and violent. On several occasions, he hit his wife in the presence of their children, Wesu and Olabode. Mrs. Joy could not bear the violence any longer. So one day, after she picked Wesu and Olabode from school and decided not to go back home, the marriage broke down. Mr. Charles made several attempts to get the custody of the children and failed. So he decided to pursue the case at the family court at the magistrate court level in Lagos State. The court looked at the matter and granted custody to their mother, while Mr. Charles was given access to the children twice a month. Also during the holidays, the parents shared the custody of the children equally. Mrs. Joy began to use antidepressants to deal with her emotional pain. Wesu observed his mom take these drugs daily, and he believed it made his mother feel better after taking the pills. Wesu, now 10 years old, and his 4-year-old brother Olabode began showing tendencies of substance abuse and violence, respectively. Wesu was abusing antidepressants and analgesics to quench his emotional problems, being the older child who had internalized most of the abuse going on in his family. Olabode, on the other hand, was always fighting in school, being disobedient to teachers, and was not doing well in his schoolwork. Olabode, by this time, had been expelled from 2 nursery schools. Severally, the teachers of Wesu and Olabode called their mom because of the changes they noticed in the children. The head of school invited Mrs. Joy to school, and they queried why the children were abusing drugs and being violent. But because she was battling her own demons, she did not either notice or was living in denial. Watch time, the school called her attention. She refused to admit. Their dad noticed as a result of spending some time with them and reported to the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. The questions now. One, how can we help Wesu and Olabode? Question two, what kind of help do Mr. Charles and Mrs. Joyce Senami need? Question three, how can the Lagos Boy Child Initiative, LBCI, come in a situation like this?
Thank you very much, Zumbo. So these three questions are to guide everybody, but if there are questions that your group think about outside of this, please include to make your discussion robust. I think 10 minutes is enough do you think 10 minutes is enough to discuss? Yes, 10 minutes? Hello, how many tables do we have? How many groups do we have? How many groups do we have? 1, 2, 3. Only 4 groups? We should have more than 4 groups. Can we move forward? Okoniwa sisters, can you split up and join the groups? Do we have more than 4 groups? So this is group 1. Yeah, can you scroll down so that they can read the case study? Are you 4? Okay. Group 5? What's it called? 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Thirty seconds left. 30 seconds. Ten, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, time up. Time up. Group 2, are you ready? Group 2, you're coming up first. No, group 1, they've just gone out for lunch, so you go up first. You're going for, so which group is ready to come up? Also, you're ready. So who is speaking on behalf of council? So that you Your Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Showolu, and to all the esteemed members who are here and everyone here, I say good evening to everyone. My name is Oyinda Mola Ogusanwo Emmanuel, and although we were not assigned a number, but I'll carry on anyway. Okay, thank you very much. And looking at the scenario, interestingly, we were having these conversations while the program was going on. So it really brings down our point home. So how can we be of help to Wesu and Olabode? Collectively, we thought the children need assessment that's number one, assess the situation, what's going on internally, and what is it that led to that. Yes, we have in the case study, but however, how the nitty-gritty of everything. So number one would be assessment. Number two would be to counsel them. They need counseling. Counseling on, yes, whatever is going on in your environment. However, you can still be good children and counsel them on how not to do drugs, definitely. And number three for the children, just briefly, will be to rehabilitate them. Rehabilitation for the children. Then number two, what kind of help do Mr. Charles and Joy really need? And for the parents, we said, number one, counseling. They need to be counseled also on the marriage collapse, yes, but however, you can both co-parents. So aside from your marriage breaking down, we thought briefly that, yes, preventive or reactive, the situation can still be managed. You've gone to the court of law to separate and divorce, but even with being divorced, you can still come together. That's where, with number two, we thought mediation also. Mediation process should be involved for them to actively co-parent, for co-parenting. You might have gone your separate ways, but you have to understand that you have children together. So regardless, we noticed that what Mr. Charles did was really wrong. You could have left your wife, you could have been separated, you could have been divorced, but you have a common something that unites you, and that is the children. And so we recognize that the wife could have been emotionally distressed because of what she was going on. But rather than just jump and go to the agency to go and make a report, why not help your wife? Your ex-wife rather. What can I do better? Do you want me to take these children away for a little while? Let me take them somewhere whilst you put yourself together. But so, like I said, mediation process for good co-parenting and good parenting. Then lastly, for the parents, prayers. There's nothing prayers cannot solve. So we think that they need to be prayed for and maybe pray together for the sake of their future, which is the children. Then for number three, how can Lagos Boy Child Initiative come in and help? We identified two major areas. Number one will be counseling. They need to be counseled. The children here should be counseled. And number two, mentorship for boys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, the council team. Group one, are you ready? Okay, you've had lunch. Thank you.
Please do permit me to stand on the already established protocol. This case is very pathetic anyway. The father, in every society, where you have the father, you must have a mother, and you must have children. And if that is the case, it means these three groups of people are supposed to live together in peace. But in this case, there was no longer peace in the family. And so they had to separate. Good. Now, our first concern in group one is not just the mother and the father, but the children. The children are our main concern. So what happens? The child, one of them is already using drugs. The other one has become violent, meaning these children both took after both parents. One took after the father, the younger one took after the father, and the other one took after the mother. Seeing that the mother was using these drugs and they were helping her to relax, he thought that, it's a normal thing to do. And you see, in every home where you have a father and a mother always quarreling or fighting or having disagreements, these children will start watching, and as they are growing, they will start taking those attitudes and characteristics. So it is something we need to avoid as much as possible. So we are saying because these children are still growing children, they are little, 10, and maybe probably that one is 7 or 6. We are asking that, okay, since both homes can no longer accommodate them, because if we say go to the father is violent,
they will continue to learn that. If we say remain with your mother, it's going to be another problem. So we are advocating that a fit home, a home that is fit for them. It might be a home that is owned by a relative, father's side or mother's side. These children can be put in there. A home where there is love, peace, and happiness, where they can enjoy such benefits. And before we even started, we talked about the risk need, that anything that is risky to these children should be avoided. And anything that these children need is what we need to provide for them so that they can grow up to become responsible men in the future. So we are saying that we can put them in a fit home. And just like the Chief Judge said the other time, the list of all the available opinions is putting them in the orphanage home. If we cannot get, sometimes in this part of the world, I've discovered that even when somebody dies in a family, either the mother through childbirth or the father, when you now say, okay, a relation should take over the children, even if it's the mother's younger sister, they will tell you, your own is your own. The one that is not our own is not my own. So you see, it's even difficult bringing these children in. But we'll look for a fit home that these children can have peace. Then we want to say, okay, and they also have to go through counseling, the children too. Then we are looking at the Mr. and Mrs. What can be done? We have to start with counseling. Definitely, they once loved themselves. Love does not just die like that. Something might have happened that made it go weak. It's at that point that the love is weak that most times we think that the love is gone. After counseling, taking them through counseling session, telling them at least they've seen part of what it means to have a broken home. Children that are not even up to a level have started doing things that they are not supposed to do. So probably God will help them. They will go through the counseling, and at the end of the day, they can reconcile and come back together. If not, they have to co-parent together. Then we also looked at the children. What can the Lagos State Boy-Child Initiative do for these children? We talked about needs and risk. Now, what can they do for them? One, the boot camp they go to is a place where you meet other children, a place where you can express yourself. They might be small. It might be secondary school children that our First Lady is using now. There might be need as this initiative becomes something that has been passed into law. There will be need to even bring in younger children into the camp. And these children can meet with other children, and as they meet with children that are of their age, they can express themselves and they can be happy. Then, at the same time, these children too have to let them do what they love doing. Recreational activities that they love doing. Maybe when they start doing such things, their mind will be off the problem they have. I'm a teacher. I know what it means when the home is not settled. When the home is not settled, the children too will grow up not to be settled. So we should try as much as possible to make sure our homes are settled. Because if the home is not settled, now you don't want to leave your job, you don't want to take care of your children. The money you are making at the end of the day, you see you don't even have children to use the money on. We watched the drama, we saw what happened there. So it should be something that is a take home for all of us. Try as much as possible. Those who are still lucky to be in a happy marriage now, please hold on to it tightly. Those who are marriages are going through one problem or the other, please try as much as possible to reconcile. And those who it has already fallen apart, it is not the end of the world. Don't turn the man into the enemy of the children. And the man don't turn your wife, the woman, into the enemy of the children. You both have these children. So you must come together and take care of these children together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 2. So when the ES was reviewing the child rights law, she said there are 256 sections in the child rights law. And if you want to summarize the whole book in one sentence, it's in the best interest of every single child. So as we answer these questions, let us have that sentence at the back of our minds. One thing that Group 1 said that I liked was the first thing they will do is remove those children from that environment. Because at this stage, it is the children that matters, not the parents. Thank you. Group 2. Group 2. Group 2. Group 2, you're not ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ma'as and Sirs. My name is Olivia Oguchukwu, and we critically looked at the scenario that has been given to us, and we'll be approaching it from the standpoint of police officers. We were able to identify several issues from this family. One is the existence of domestic violence. There's economic abuse, there's negligence, and of course, which eventually resulted to substance abuse. And for this family, there's a need for counseling and therapy. Counseling and therapy because the home, it wasn't specifically stated that there's been a divorce, but we know that this home is already troubled. And the best way, we've been taught since morning that the best place to place any child is within the family setting and not just an institution. So the best thing for this family is for there to be a settlement. And that's why we'll be pushing for therapy and counseling for the husband and wife. And then we also looked at psychosocial and chemotherapy support. This is because there's already the presence of substance are already being abused, so there's need for chemotherapy support and psychosocial support. Then how can Lagos Boys Club Initiative, how can Lagos Boy Child Initiative, how can they come in? Yes, we've been made to know that there's camp available for these children, that several campings have been held. This can remove their minds from their present situation. But the Lagos Boy Child Initiative can also partner or bring in collaborations from other agencies like the social welfare, like the My SDVA, to help these children, and so many other collaborations that they can have that can actually help these children become better people. They will mentor them. I hope we've been able to pass our message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 2. Group 3. Group 3. Can you please summarize everything you've talked about on a piece of paper we're going to collect at the end of this program? Group 3, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Damlola Chinedu from Deborah's Palace Initiative, and I'm representing Group 3. All right, so what we agreed